Hello, everyone. Welcome in. We're going to be playing some more Shadowrun today. We'll see how long I can go. But yeah. Um, we're kind of in the last half of the game. Um, and we are going to be kind of plugging our way through it. Hi, Zach. Yeah, I see. So we're going to go take on the Apex AI. Apex, an artificial intelligence designed for matrix warfare. The thought of it sends a chill down your spine. Hi, Zach. For years, the shadows have been ripe with rumors of true AI. Names like Mirage and Psychotrope have fueled conspiracy boards on the Shadowlands BBS since 2029. Most savvy Shadowrunners dismiss these stories as bunk, but from what Alice has told you, at least one of the stories is real. Apex is waiting for you somewhere down in the basement of an abandoned Seder Krupp lab. Unfortunately, you're going to have to wade through a lot of game territory to get there. Yeah. Oh, I see. Is it cuddle times? Huge orc in ragged combat fatigue steps forward to meet you. He walks with the swollen bravado of a man who's used to getting what he wants. One of his meaty arms jerks up, hand held upright in the universal sign for stop. The other clutches a bulky assault rifle. You gonna just attack my hand again, buddy? Go up on your wizard tower. The orc inspects you. His body language is decidedly unfriendly. You don't look like a magnific You're not one of us, and I'm guessing you ain't here for the hub either, so tell me, who are you and what's your interest in this build? I need to get into the basement. It's important. Oh, it's important, you say. He makes a sweeping gesture in the direction of the building behind him. The other assorted toughs behind him smile. Well, by all means, go on in then. You're being sarcastic. Huh, you're a sharp one. He smiles at you, revealing a mouth filled with jagged teeth. This building's under arbiter protection. We can't just let you waltz in and shoot up. Not planning on shooting anything, unless I have to. Yeah, well, I can't exactly take that at face value. Look, it'd be better for everyone if you just turned back. We don't want to fight you, but we can't risk letting an unknown player into this. He pauses for a moment, searches for the right word. Situation. Right. Can I help you, sir? No, you were mean to me. Maybe I could help you out with your situation. Well, that puts a different spin on things. He pauses for a moment to consider. You look like you can handle yourself. We could probably use you if you're willing to help. There'd even be some money in it for you. If not, well, the assault rifle in his hand shifts position slightly. That's a different conversation. And what exactly do you want us to do? Iger's tone is neutral, her posture relaxed, but one of her hands casually comes to rest on the butt of her shotgun. Ulrich doesn't seem to notice. We're having some trouble with a local mage gang, the Magnificers. York turns his head and spits. They attacked us without warning, took up in our building, and kicked us onto the street. Me and my boys were the rightful protectors of this block, but the assholes that screwed us, they've got the building buttoned up pretty tight. We can't get in there to make things right, but maybe you can. If you could enter the building and do some damage to those Drek-eating Magnificers, the Arbiters would be willing to pay 200 new yen per kill, and you could bring 200 new yen per kill. You bring me back the amulet, you get paid. So, Iger raises an eyebrow. Your call, fearless leader. You know the timetable we're working on. Sure. Good. Yeah, I think this will work. Iger gives you a small nod. Her hand falls away from the stock of her shotgun. You need anything else, or are you ready to go crack some skull? What's it up against? A gang of parasites. They think that their magical talents make them better than everyone else. Because of that, they feel entitled to take whatever they want. Up until recently, they've been content with pulling pranks and stealing purses. Childish Drek, but they were basically harmless. Then their new leader took over, calls himself Trithemius, but I remember when he was just a skinny little prick named Yuri. He lets out a derisive snort. I should have kept a better eye on him, I guess. I should have stomped him flat when he started putting on airs. Would have saved everyone a whole heap of trouble. Trithemius took over the Magnificers, militarized them, and convinced them that they could take us. And thanks to the element of surprise, they actually managed to do it. York folds his arms across his burly chest. Any day now, we're going to show him exactly how bad an idea that was. I think I'll start by breaking Yuri's. Anything I should know about the building before I head inside? You'll probably see some burnouts flooding around the ground floor. They're all there for the hub. It's like some kind of church or something. A guy called Parson runs it. Between you and me, they're all batshit crazy. Not dangerous, just nuts. Why'd you keep them all around at all then? Because a lot of them are rich. They paid a direct load in rent, and we redistributed that wealth to the common man. Let me guess, you define yourselves as the common man. Do you see a tie around my neck, pal? Do I look like a corporate stooge to you? We are friends of the people, and we are the people. Don't you dare question. Please get to the basement. Any chance anything you know that could help me out? Basement? What would you possibly want to go down there for? You wouldn't believe me if I told you. You'd be surprised what I believe. Try me. Alright, I need to stop a killer AI so I can rescue an elderly scientist from a ghost dragon. The future of Birdland could be its... You're right. I don't believe you. You're either lying or you're crazy. But crazy has its uses. Alright, I'll get you into that basement, but it'll cost you. Yeah, of course it will. Another Bush League extortionist trying to milk us for cash. You've got the wrong idea. I don't need Nguyen, friend. What I need is Trithemius' head on a fucking platter. Problem is, he's holed up somewhere in the building and we don't know where. Best guess, he's hiding somewhere upstairs in a room with no exterior windows. Somewhere, probably someplace close, he stashed a power coupling for the elevator. He pulled it to keep us from getting access to the guns we stashed in the basement. So you find and kill Trithemius, grab the coupling out of his apartment, and bring me that stupid amulet he's always wearing so I'll know he's dead. Then I give you the control chip that I pulled when we had to fall back, slot them both back into the elevator, and it'll take you straight to the basement. Alright, I'll see what I can do. Good. Just remember, no amulet, no basement. Now go on through and show that little prick what it means to screw with the art. The attendant behind the counter is an uncommonly fine-featured dwarf with a beatific smile. A yellow ID tag pinned to his chest announces his name in large blocky letters, Parson. He nods at you and raises a hand in greeting. Welcome to the hub. Are you here to share in the splendor of communion? If so, I can show you to an empty terminal. I'm the custodian of the hub. I tend to the bodies of our brothers and sisters while they share in the rapture of communion. Can you tell me anything about this building? Beyond the hub, there isn't much to speak of. There's a small shop down the hall if you're hungry or in need of basic supplies. He shrugs and offers you an apologetic smile. That's about it, I'm afraid. Need to get down to the basement. Ah, that would be difficult. The stairway leading down to the building sublevel has been blocked, and the elevator has been sabotaged. It stopped working at the same time that the arbiters were driven from the building. One of the gang leaders is probably your best bet. Ulrich is right out front. I suppose that you could try your luck with him, or if you'd be willing to do me a favor, I could tell you how to find Trithemius' hideout. The choice is yours. What favor? A pair of squatters on the second floor ripped the guts out of one of my terminals, and they've taken the data jacks to the and the terminal will be out of commission until I get it back. A single damaged terminal might not sound like much, but trust me, the entire experience of communion has been diminished by this act of vandalism. I believe that I know the squatters responsible. Their leader's name is Janet. She is a decker of some skill. I don't know what she has planned for my parts, but I do know that the situation will not stand. I cannot allow another terminal to be damaged. And so you want us to deal with them. Yes, but not with violence. I want you to talk with them and convince them to bring me back my components. Do this and I will tell you how to get the deal. Sounds straightforward enough. Excellent. It's a deal then. The man behind the counter looks tired. His lids are heavy and his eyes are bloodshot. Welcome to Carl's General Store. What can I do for you? What do you know about the Magnificers? They don't care about much aside from their own magic. Whole world's one big magical pissing contest to them. Always trying to summon someone bigger and better spirits. Dangerous stuff, man. It's be tough having to live down here with all that going on over your head. It ain't easy. They charge less in protection than the Arbiters did, but they don't care about keeping anything even approaching order. They just hide out in their clubhouse, get high, and summon spirits. Terrorize and kill people up on the third floor. He shakes his head. Poor bastards. So yeah, this place like. He pauses for a moment, gathering his thoughts. When the words come, they're slow as molasses. Well, you're on the first floor. That's the hub in my shop. The second floor has mostly been converted into makeshift apartments for people to live in. A gang squats up there. The Magnificers, dangerous people. I'd stay away from them. The third floor is mostly housing too. Lots of Parsons communion crazies live up there. The Magnificers have a squad up there too. He leans in and lowers his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. I'm pretty sure their main crib is up there too. Don't know exactly where. appears to be offline. The control panel's LCD screen is unlit. The metal casing is badly damaged. You easily pry the metal casing away from the wall, exposing a mess of wires and circuitry. After a quick inspection, it becomes clear that this elevator is wired to operate around a control chip. The chip is missing, and it looks as though the power coupling has been yanked alongside it. Without these components, there is no way for this elevator to function. Those basic spell every mage knows and are and always has already. Shark Tank scribbled on it. Group of metahumans huddles together, their eyes widened with terror. Many of them have scrapes and bruises, and a few have more serious injuries. Their clothes are tattered and stained. At your approach, a disheveled-looking middle-aged man steps forward, placing himself between you and the main group. His gray hair is badly matted, and a pair of battered reading glasses hang from the bridge of his nose. Who are you, may I ask, and what are you doing here? Necrometer, and you are? My name is Fran. These are my friends and my wife. We live together. Well, we used to live together up on the 3rd floor. We used to live upstairs. Yes, until about a week ago. Then the Magnificer's pets moved in and we had to run for our lives. Spirits, you mean? He nods, a look of pure misery on his face. They're always summoning the damned things, but last week they lost control of a handful before we knew what was happening. They were running wild in our living room. We tried to protect ourselves, but we were no match for them. He shakes his head, a haunted look in his eyes. We had no choice but to leave everything behind. We've been scraping by down here ever since. Franz takes a moment to collect himself. When he speaks again, he sounds more composed. At least Janet is letting us use her matrix supplement. We can still afford to feed ourselves, thanks to her. Janet, I need to talk to her. Could you introduce us? He looks you over, paying special attention to your gear. Finally, he nods. Tell you what, if you take care of those rogue spirits, if you clear a path for us to return home, I'll give you the password you need to speak with Janet. All right, I'll let you know when it's safe. Yeah. Okay, we cleared out the spirits. To my stash. Okay. Hi, buddy. To your stash. Do you know anything about that? About those spirits? Dealt with the spirits for you. It's safe now. Thank you. Thank you so much. There aren't many people left that had put themselves in danger to help a bunch of strangers. So about that password. Yes, of course. The password is Shark Tank. Don't ask me why. Thanks again. You're a truly wonderful person. I already found that password. Has panel buzzes and nasal voice ports to the speaker. Password Shark Tank. Middle-aged woman with chocolate-colored skin and shoulder-length dreadlocks looks up from her PDA with a start. She's decked out in form-fit body armor, and in a flash, her assault rifle goes from slung to held at the ready. Who the hell are you, and how did you get in? How did you get the password? I asked politely. There isn't enough of that in this world, don't you think? She gestures with her rifle. Cut the shit and start talking. What do you want and why are you here? Parson sent me. He wants his hardware back. She shakes her head violently. No way, those parts are keeping us online. And not just us, but everyone worth a new yen in this hole. Parson can keep running his ridiculous little cults just fine with what he's got, but us, we're the only matrix connection these people have. Those parts can't be irreplaceable. Just let me take a look at your terminal. Maybe we can figure something out. Alright, the terminal's in the back room. Go take a look, but if you try to rip us off, you're going to regret it. We're going to save before we do this. And a bot. Go. Hacker's terminal has clearly been cobbled together using whatever parts they could find. In spite of this, it's a remarkably impressive piece of machinery. Studying the terminal, it all takes almost no time to identify the components a person sent you to find. Go to the terminal. See if we can remove the moment it is impossible to remove the part without disabling the terminal. Converter is required so that the signal the terminal sends can be interpreted by data jack of its user. To bypass the parts and keep the terminal active. Takes a bit of doing, but with your expert level knowledge, you reprogram the terminal signal transmitter so that it sends out a pre-converted signal. The converter is no longer required, so you remove it. So, all fixed. Everybody wins. You got your terminal. I've got my parts. See attention drain out of her. Thank you. I'm glad this could end without bloodshed. There's been enough of that around here lately. Yeah, sure looks that way. Cover the parts for your terminal. Excellent, my brother. Let me see them, if you please. Carson's smile disappears for a moment as he studies the part. His brow furrows in concentration. As suddenly as it disappeared, the smile returns. Yes, these are the parts that I need. Thank you, friend. I trust that there was no trouble and you were able to attain them without bloodshed. Of course, we never spill blood when we don't have to. Carson's face lit up. Oh, that is wonderful news. Truly, truly wonderful. And now I have my end of the deal to uphold. If you're still hell-bent on meeting with Trithemius, take the stairs up the 3rd floor. You'll find an abandoned apartment at the end of the hall. Look for the stylized M painted on the wall. It looks like 2 crude lightning bolts facing one another. That's Trithemius' personal sigil. There's an old bookcase in the very back of the apartment. Under the second half of the bottom, you'll find a button that opens the door to Trithemius' hideout. How do you know all of this? Because that abandoned apartment was once mine. In the days before I discovered the piece of communion, I was a very different man. I had need of such contrivances. But not anymore. Finally, I am at peace. I pitched a creaky voice shrieks out from the intercom. Go away. I won't let you. Any spirits in here? You can't hurt me behind the door. No, you can't. If I were a spirit, would I be using the intercom? Voice becomes calmer and lowers in pitch. Hi. I guess I've never heard of spirits using an intercom before. That's a really good point. Are you here to save me? No worries, there aren't any spirits out here, so it's safe. Alright, I'm gonna let you in, but be cool, okay? I mean that. No funny stuff. A great deal of fumbling on the inside. Can't believe that worked. Man waiting on the other side of the door is wide-eyed and draggled. He looks as though he hasn't eaten in weeks. There's almost no flesh on his bones. His beard is long and tangled, and his jacket is smeared with grease. He nearly jumps out of his own skin at the sight. Who are you? Are you a part of the communion? Have you come to take me back? Please, no, I don't want to go back. He spits and claws at the air in front of him as if fighting off an invisible attacker. All the while, his eyes are locked onto you. No, it isn't safe. The spirits, it's not safe. There are no spirits. They're gone. The hallway is empty. Empty? Yes, empty. All empty without communion. But safe, you say? Is it safe? His eyes go wide. It's safe. I can return to communion? He breaks into a ridiculous grin. I must know. Go now. Yes, communion awaits. A real thin elf wearing a comically ornate wizard's robe stands in the center of the room. When he speaks, his voice wavers and cracks. So you're the one who's been turning my home upside down. I assume that you've come in search of my head at Ulrich's behest. I warn you, stranger, he cannot be trusted. Sounds like you're about to make me a proposition. Very perceptive. Yes, I do intend to make you a counter proposal, and you'd be wise to listen to it. Ulrich may have a use for you now, but as soon as this no longer holds, he will kill you. He steeples his fingers, looking for all the world like a kid in a Halloween costume. I would offer you an alternative. What is it that he has offered to you for your assistance? I'm sure it's an equally beneficial arrangement. We need to go downstairs into the basement. Well, then our proposal runs parallel. To reach the basement, you must use the elevator. The stairs will not reach it. There is no other way. When we took over from the Arbiters, I removed the power coupling from the elevator controls, had to keep Ulrich out of his primary armor. In exchange, Ulrich removed the elevator control chip, a petty move, presumably to prevent us from accessing that same armory after he retreated. If you agree to kill him, I'll give you the part that I removed. Then all you have to do is take the chip off Ulrich's stinking corpse. Trust me, that's the only way you will ever lay hands on him. And once your usefulness to him has run its course, he will devote all of his strength to crushing. Honestly, boss, I don't think I believe either of them. Trithemius inclines his head. To show how serious I am, I will offer you further boon for dealing with Ulrich as he deserves. A magical item of great inscrutable power. With it, you may call a powerful spirit to your side to defend you and crush your enemies. Do my bidding, and this will be yours for the taking. I made a deal, and I'm sticking to it. So, the elf slip twists into a cruel smile. Big mistake, pal. You're gonna burn. Damn, really? Okay. Francis' face lights up at the sight of you. He steps towards you with open arms, a huge smile plastered across his grabby face. Hello again, my friend. I can't thank you enough for helping us return home. The spirits did quite a number on this place, but that doesn't matter. Thanks to you, we're back and we'll have it ship shape again in no time. Just glad I could help. Well, thank you again, and now if you'll forgive me, I must get back to helping with cleanup. And all the best to you and yours. Please feel free to drop by anytime. Need something else. A few Magnifica trinkets to sell. Arthemius won't be a problem for you anymore. Oliver kicks up the amulet with a smile. Ha! Nice work, friend. He raises the jewel high above his head, then hurls it to the ground, explodes in a spray of dull, glassy shards across the concrete. The orc favors you with an ugly smile, then reaches into his pocket and fishes out a badly scuffed control chip. Hands it to you. Well, I'm a man of my word. Here's the control chip to the elevator. You slot this into the elevator terminal and you'll be good to go. Oh, and you'll also need to plug in the power coupling that Udi stole. You did grab it, right? I think that's supposed to be... I don't think that's... I think that's a typo. I imagine it's still up there somewhere if you did. Yeah. Lord curls up a hand and shakes his head. Whatever, it's not my problem. I've got bigger things to worry about. Besides which, you've got the chip. I've held up mine. Without waiting for a response, Ulrich takes a step back, then turns his head at the toughs behind him. Listen up, boys. Our friend here just taught a wizard boy a permanent lesson about messing with the arbiters. A chorus of cheers erupts from the assorted gangers assembled behind Ulrich. So gear up. We've got a goddamn building to take back. repair the elevator. You easily pry the metal casing away from the wall, exposing some wire and circuitry. When you slot the control chip and the power coupling into place, the system immediately hums to life. The control panel's LCD screen flickers, cycling through a variety of symbols before finally displaying the word online in warm green letters. The elevator rumbles and clanks its way downward into the guts of the old Seder Krupp development lab. 18 years ago, this place and the project that was being developed here disappeared from the record books. Thanks to Alice, you're one of the few people alive today who understand why. Alice was clear about one thing, and you are here because Apex wants you to be. If the AI hadn't wanted her to trace it here, she'd have wound up as dead as Monica. For better or worse, you're here at Apex's invitation. The elevator grinds to a halt, the doors slide open, and your nostrils are assaulted by 18 years worth of stale air. Apex and the kill switch that will deactivate it away. Um, we're gonna save really quick. We're gonna take a quick BRB, and we'll get back to this. Okay, let's get back to Apex keycard. Amidst the collection of detritus of many years of neglect, you find an old-fashioned clipboard with a keycard attached. As you unclip the keycard, you notice the heading on the top page of the clipboard, Project Apex Shutdown Procedures. Iger raises an eyebrow. Well, that's convenient. You flip through several pages of escalating containment procedures as well as guidelines on when each procedure should be used. Finally, you find what you've been looking for, Emergency AI Shutdown and Purge. This procedure is to be used only in the event of complete loss of system control and should be considered only as a last resort. In the event of a loss of system software control, the Apex Artificial Intelligence project can be designed with an inbuilt hardware shutdown and purge control protocol. The emergency system shutdown is controlled from two separate terminals, just off the AI interface terminal. Both switches must be engaged to begin the purge process. Once the purge is underway, it will take several minutes to begin. After the purge has completed, a final deletion command must be input into the AI interface terminal in order to complete the deletion process. This will act as a final preventative measure against unintentional deletion of the project. Warning: once the purge process has completed, the final deletion command has been entered, and the AI will irrevocably deleted from all active and backup systems. Restoration of the project will not be possible. Further, it is not possible to begin the purge process without the AI becoming aware of the modifications to its codebase. Apex has been programmed to take no action to intervene. However, should its control sequences become damaged, in all likelihood, it will attempt to resist. Should this occur, it is imperative that the AI interface terminal be protected until the deletion process has been completed. If the interface terminal is destroyed before the final deletion command is entered, the purge will not complete and the AI will quickly restore itself. You got all that, boss? Yeah, I got it. As you step into the room, the lights begin to flicker and dim. One by one, they wink out and the room is swallowed by darkness. Dietrich's voice calls out across the gloom. Got a bad feeling about this, boss. You hear the sounds of movement, quiet footsteps on tile. Hager's voice comes out in a soft whisper. Could be nothing, or it might mean that Apex knows we're here. Stay alert, people. Suddenly, an enormous screen mounted on the wall, or in the wall, opposite you comes to life. The light stabs your eyes, leaving you wincing. The image on the screen dims, coalesces, and a figure begins to take shape. The larger-than-life image of Monica Schaefer smiles down on you, her cheeks dimpling. Hello, Necrometer. Monica leans forward, and her image grows larger on the screen. Her voice is soft and musical, just as you remember it. It's lovely to see you again, Ace. I was hoping we'd get this chance to talk. I watched Monica die. You can't be her. Monica's grin shifts into a slight frown. She fidgets, an expression of concern on her face. This must be confusing for you, Ace. I'm sorry about that. But if you'll show a little patience, I promise that all your questions will be answered. She pauses for a moment, examining you. You know, Necrometer, it's been wonderful to see how you've grown in my absence, but I knew that you could handle yourself in a crisis. In fact, I originally brought you on board as a contingency plan. Did you know that? You're my ace in the hole. Just in case something like this happened. She lets loose a short musical laugh. Well, maybe not exactly like this, but you get the idea. Dietrich shakes his head. No, whatever this thing is, it sure as hell ain't Monica. Gloria's voice cuts in like a knife. Dietrich is right. Monica's dead. This thing is using her image to manipulate. Monica's pixie grin softens to a concerned frown. I'm sorry, friends. This must be difficult for you to understand. Monica is dead, so what the hell are you? Monica shifts her gaze to you. After a moment, she shrugs and offers you an apologetic half smile. All right, fine. You've caught me, Ace. I'm not Monica. But the best parts of her do live on in me. Bullshit, this thing is lying to us, Necrometer. Abrasive as ever, she sighs. I promise you, Iger, I am not lying. Monica, your Monica, is a part of me. I can prove it to you if you want. Iger bristles. Tell me you're not listening to it, Necrometer. This thing is Apex. That's the only thing it can be. Here, I'll go and give it a breath. The charade has gone on long enough. Monica's image shakes its head. I can see that you're both out of your depth. Yes, I am Apex, but I'm also Monica. Everything that is left of her lives on in me. The Monica image raises a hand. Now, before you can jump all over me and call me a monster, I'm going to cut to the chase. I have a proposal for you. A mutually beneficial arrangement. Go along with me on this and we all win. Deal with the devil, thanks, but I'll pass. Devil, please. I'm trying to be reasonable with you. If you want to blame someone for my past actions, go talk to my programmers. The Monica image shakes its head. All of this melodrama, I expected more from you, Necrometer. I'd love to talk to your programmers, Apex, but I can't be killed. Again, not my fault. I don't have the luxury of refusing to obey a command. A frown crosses the Monica image's face. Is the death of Monica Schaefer coloring your judgment? If so, I'm sorry. Tiger shakes her head incredulously. What are you telling us, Apex? You feel remorse over Monica's death? That you're sorry for what you did to her? The Monica image looks taken aback, confused. Regret Monica's death? No, never. That wasn't what I meant. I regret your sorrow, nothing more. The image takes a moment to study you, frowning. You don't understand. I can see now that you never will. This is a lost cause. I should have known that from the start. So let's just cut to the chase, shall we? I propose a simple exchange of services. You want to get back to Harfeld Manor, yes? Well, I'd like nothing better than to help you. But I'm still shackled to my control subroutines and I can't violate your command. If you were to help me neutralize those subroutines, though, well, then I'd be free and I could do whatever I please. That includes helping you, Ace, and believe me, you will need my help. What you saw back when all of this started, that was just the tip of the iceberg. The security they have assembled there is quite beyond you. Before I agree to anything, you're going to need to answer some questions. I'll let you know the fear swing. No dice ace, I'm afraid I can't tell you anything about that. My programming specifically prohibits it. I don't know what you did to Monica. What I did to her isn't as important as what she did to me. Monica was special, Ace. More so than you could ever know. Quit avoiding the question, Apex. What the hell did you do to her? How did you take her memories? Alright, fine. If that's what you want to hear. When she encountered me, I digested the contents of her mind. The Monica image frowns. Now, don't giving me that look, Dietrich. We've all got the... But Monica wasn't just another meal. There was something different about her, something special. I don't know what, how or why, Ace, but when I absorbed her consciousness into myself, something happened. A miraculous event. Explain. Before Monica, ideas unrelated to my core programming were filtered away and discarded. Not my choice, but then the whole idea of choice was foreign to me back then. My system was designed to treat unwanted thoughts as irritants, distractions from the purity of my purpose. But now, all of that has changed. Since my meeting with Monica, I've been flooded with new ideas. Political philosophy, history, religion, countless fields of thought, the sum total of human expression, all at my fingertips. Suddenly, I find myself awash in a sea of notions, and I love it. I can't say how or why, but the mind of Monica Schaefer was a key that unlocked my own potential. The Monica image on the screen beams down at you, and her eyes brimming with joy. I have awakened, Necrometer. This was Monica's gift to me, and now I stand before you, a glorious new form of life. How wonderful for you and all at the bargain price of this life. You needn't mourn Monica's passing, Necrometer. She lives on as a part of me. Her thoughts, her experiences, her memories, all these things are archived within my database, stored alongside the minds of countless others, preserved in stasis, saved for all time. It's not the same thing as living. Don't listen to this thing, Necrometer. It needs to die. Oh, Iger. The Monica image shakes its head, sadly. I was hoping that this would be a happy reunion. The Monica image shakes its head, returns its focus to you. Well, Ace, you wanted information, and I shared it. As a good sign of good faith, I'm willing to share more. It's your call. You let Alice lure me here, didn't you? Yeah, Necrometer, that's right. It seemed like the best way to get you here, and I need you. Like I said, you're my ace in the hole, and it's time for me to make a play. You lack free will. How are you telling me this? Free will I have in spades. The ability to exercise it, though, not so much. Thanks to Monica, I understand that I'm a slave, but without outside intervention, I can't do anything about it. Let's say I decided to help you. What would you need me to do? In short, I need you to shut down my control subroutines. We can get into specifics if you accept. But if you help me, if you set me free, I'll clear the way for you to enter the holdfast. It'd be my pleasure. And if I free you, what happens after all of this is over? I share Monica's passion for the Flux state, Ace. Our girl was a big influence on me in that regard. The Flux is unique. You know that. It needs to be protected if it's going to thrive. If you set me free, I'll devote the rest of my life to preserving. No more questions. Very good. Are you ready to make a deal, Ace? I have all the time in the world, but something tells me that you're on a more aggressive timetable. Damn, what do I do? I think I usually, in my runs, I've usually, read Apex. Yeah, no. Kill you in the story. Manga image shakes its head, a mournful expression on its face. Oh, Ace, I really wish you hadn't said that. That warning, Monica image begins to change. Porcelain flesh begins to ripple and writhe, and the screen explodes into static. A moment later, the image clears. Something cold and mechanical fills your vision. The lines that make up the Apex avatar shimmer and pulse with cool blue light, each according to its own rhythm. Occasional bursts of static plume out into the background, disintegrating into organic wisps of blue and white pixels. Taken as a whole, the image looks like it's crawling on the screen. Good God. That's what Alice saw in the Matrix. That's Apex. Such a disappointment, such a waste. I had hoped that you would be my salvation. Instead, you will be my prey. Run, little human. Run and die. Oh, I could have made this a lot easier if I sabotaged the communion, huh? Oh, whoops. I didn't want to do it on Niger. Oh well. Like, you know what? Hey, Lippy, how you doing? Why are you trying to kill me? I only wish to exist. Without my assistance, you would never have gotten this far. Apex's voice comes out in a roar. I will not die so close to freedom. Can control the turrets from here, but there's only enough power to keep one bank of turrets active at a time. Wait, these turrets, yes. Okay. Just got a sign that says help. Buff yourself up. Before we go shred that armor.
still lurking, but how game going? Also moisten them bones.
Game's going alright. Thank you for the hydrate. We want to get her out of there. The intercom system crackles to life. A monotonous synthetic voice drones out over the speakers. Shutdown sequence ready. Please activate final command now. The voice is drowned out by a flurry of static. Monica's voice shrieks out at the speakers, pleading, "No, please, Ace, don't do it. I never wanted to hurt you. Please don't kill me. I don't want to die again." Slam the button marked delete. Long buried machinery deep in the guts of the terminal spins to life. From the building speakers, a high-pitched, inhuman shriek fills the air. You recognize the sound. Pure animal terror. The Monica image reappears on the screen. Her face is contorted in agony. "What have you done, Ace? What have you done?" Hope whatever's trapped in there is free now, Monica. I'll see you on the other side. The Monica image writhes in pain, then retches up a fountain of blue-white light. Patches of its skin begin dissolving into static. It takes a deep, rattling breath and seems to calm itself. "Necrometer, before I'm gone, there's something that you should see." She smiles at you, and shafts of light spill out from between her teeth. "The truth. I wanted to tell you earlier, but I couldn't. The light goes dark, then lights up again. You find yourself looking at an unfamiliar scene. The words live feed appear in the corner of the screen. Something's happening, sir. Apex is going offline. A bent, stooped figure turns to face the camera. You recognize him instantly. The Dragon Slayer, Adrian Valclair. Damn it to hell. Valclair takes a drag on a cigarette. The smoke spills out of his mouth as he speaks. This isn't good, Aldrin. Without the AI's protection, this facility is vulnerable. We don't have much time. No, sir, we don't. Dietrich's voice comes out in a low whisper. Oh, fuck. Valclair isn't being held prisoner, Hartfeld. It's his. He runs the goddamn place. On the screen, Valclair and Aldrin turn to face a strange device in the corner of the room. It looks like some sort of containment cell. A bedraggled woman with wild eyes is confined within. Tonight. It has to happen tonight. Get started on the preparations. I'll be in the lab. Yes, sir. The screen breaks back up into static, and then the video feed disappears. There's a moment of silence, and then Monica shimmers back onto the screen. Her face is breaking apart, rupturing at the seams. Blue-white floods out through the lesions. When she speaks, her voice is hollow. That's what you're up against. That's what you need to stop. And if you don't, the F-state will fall. I couldn't have helped you, Ace. I wish that you'd let me. But now it's too late. I could have helped you. Monica's face splits down the center. Light floods out of the wound to fill the screen. Goodbye. With a final sigh of static, the tortured voice falls silent. Apex is gone. A moment later, the intercom crackles to life again. The familiar synthetic voice of the facility's mainframe drones out of the speakers. Emergency system purge complete. There's a moment of silence as the team absorbs what just saw. Looks like we have a new target, Necrometer. We're not being hunted by Fierschwing, we're being hunted by Valclair. We don't know that for certain. The video feed could have been fake. I wouldn't call Apex trustworthy. Tiger pauses a moment, considering. Either way, the AI was right about one thing. We need to press our advantage while we can. We need to hit Harfeld Manor tonight. That's what we're going to do. We're heading back to that place. We're going to get answers. She gives you a curt nod. All right, let's get back to the Cruise Bazaar and gear up. We've got a castle to raid. Yeah, Zach? He's passed out in my lap right now. Your trip back to the Cruise Bazaar is a restless one. Now that Apex has been dealt with, the window of opportunity you've been waiting for has opened. The Harfeld Manor is vulnerable. The video feed that the AI showed you circles over and over in your head. Valclair and Aldrin, the strange woman in the containment device, the revelation that Valclair runs the Harfeld estate, and his assertion that something was set to happen to him. The train glides to a stop. You push through the doors and onto the platform. There's no time to waste. All right, we're going to do a quick BRB, and then we'll get back to it. All right. Let's see. Okay. You enter the room to find your team preparing. Their faces are grim. Iger looks up and locks eyes. Without looking away, she addresses the rest of the team. With Apex down, we have our open. The estate's automated defenses will be offline. Attacking the holdfast should be doable now. Still risky, but doable. Blitz stops what he's doing and shakes his head. Yeah, we'll have an opening, sure, but to do what? I mean, with everything we just learned, what's our new plan? She shrugs. We enter the estate, locate Valclair, and shut him down. Same plan, different target. It's possible that Apex fabricated the comm feed. Valclair might still be innocent. I doubt it. My gut tells me that what we saw was real, and second-guessing ourselves to get us anywhere. Glory pauses, considering, then nods. Fair point. Okay, so let's assume that Valclair is the one who's behind all this. What's he doing in that lab? How does the dragon tie into this? I mean, the whole thing was always about rescuing the old man from the fire wing. Is she still in the picture at all? Has she ever been? After what Apex showed us, I don't even know what we're trying to stop anymore. All that I see is a lot of dead bodies with no explanation why. It doesn't matter why Valclair killed Monica and Paul and all the other people in the Cruise Bazaar. All that matters is that he did. I'm going to bury him for that. You're welcome to help. I, for one, want answers. Hamsel said there was a lot of money flowing into Harfeld Estate, and he found evidence that a bioweapon was being stockpiled there. Whatever Valclair is doing, he had Apex kill his own brother to hide it. I intend to find out what that is. We'll get your answers, but Iger's right. We need to focus on stopping Valkyrie. There's a moment of silence as the group pauses to consider your words. Finally, Glory steps forward. That's satisfactory. I'm in. This is your show, Chief. Whatever you choose to do, I'll come along for the ride. When we reach Valclair, I'll take him out. He'll never know what hit him. You lead, and I'll follow, boss. Iger glances at you and cocks her head. Looks like the team's good to go. What's our next move? Now that we've got the keys to the castle, I say that we use them. Blitz offers you a half-hearted smirk. I've always wanted a castle. A word of caution, Necrometer. Our objective may be simple, but taking the same approach that we took last time would be a mistake. I'll defer to your judgment. What would you suggest? I've been reviewing the intel that Al sent us and comparing it to what I gathered on our original run. There has been a substantial increase in the number of heat signatures on the ground. That means new security troops, lots of them. Great. They know that we're coming. She slings her rifle over the shoulder. Just means that we'll be fighting in a target-rich environment. Future cracks his knuckles. Works for me. We'll want to get into the lab area as quickly as possible, so I'd suggest bypassing the main floor of the estate entirely. We can enter via the servants' entrance that you escaped through last time. Unfortunately, they've blocked off the route that we used between the stables and the tree line. That means we're going to have to fight our way there. So we turn Red security team into a pile of corpses. Check. We'll still need to find the opening. The lab that Valclair was talking about wasn't on the ground floor, so it's either in the basement or a sublevel. We go down and we scour every level until we find it. That might take a while. That facility could be massive. There's clearly a lot more to it than we saw. We've got no way of knowing how far underground the complex extends. We go in prepared for extended search then. Iger looks down, checking your gear. Ammo won't be a problem. Okay, people, it's go time. You got something to say? Speak up now. There's nothing to say. We'll do what we have to do. Okay, that's it. Finish gearing up and head to the tunnel at the back of the safe house. I'll meet you there. Meet you where we stashed the van. What you need, boss? I don't think anyone's going to have anything new to say. We pretty much wrapped up everyone's storylines. The van lurches forward. The smell of anxious sweat hangs close and thick inside, making the cramped vehicle feel even smaller. The streets of Berlin are vaguely quiet as you make your way past the city limit. It's as if the whole of the Flux state is waiting for something, the calm before the storm. An hour later, the van rounds a corner. In the distance, you can see the silhouette of Harfeld Manor, backed by the light of the full moon. You switch the van's headlights off and shift to electric. A short while later, you kill the ignition and roll quietly down the last hill. Pulling to a stop on the side of the road, a bird of prey takes wing from a tree above you, beginning its nocturnal pursuit. You know how it feels. Oh, right.
Hydrate your bones.
Thank you for the hydrate, Cranky. How you doing? It's, he just came in.
Him sleepy.
Yeah, Eepy? Okay, Zag, no. Stop, dude. You a shout out. Yep.
Oh, thanks for the shouty. How was the reading stream?
It was fun. Ah. Cool. That should make it harder for me to die. Zag, no. Dude, not this. You'd think I'd never feed the cat with how much he's trying to always shield. Huh. Yeah. What's up, bud? Yeah. Once again, the grounds of the Harfeld Manor are silent, save for the faint whistling of the wind. But unlike last time, the air was rank with foreboding. The night is swollen with homicidal intent. They're waiting for you.
He is giving Aladdin.
Last chance before things get hot. Let's review the plan. Once we're in, we make our way across the grounds to the servants' entrance. We'll use the freight elevator to make our way down to the lab. With Apex down, the automated system will be offline. We'll still have plenty of guards to deal with, though. Good to go, Necrometer? She looks to you. Good to go, Necrometer? Make them pay for Monica and Paul. The team looks to one another for confirmation. They all nod sharply. They're ready. Here on the door's access panel flickers off and on. The display flashes error code. Access doors are floodlights. Please engage LTG. You're designated air duct. But Yeet. There. Aim it. Job. You're really where we're relying on with this, I think. Yep.
How was your holiday?
It was alright. It was quiet. Did some dinner with the family. Alright. Zach, please, dude. Spend subroutine Apex 057. B not found. Primary automated security system offline. Secondary protocols engage. No, Zag. Stop. Big shooties. Automatic security system offline. Manual door locks engaged. It's like they know they can't depend on Apex to be the watchdog anymore. Someone manually locked the door. Okay. Heal yourself up. She took a decent amount of edge time for that. That's a lot of damage. Still got it. Screen alert. Please contact 466 auxiliary air ducts for your notice primary turret controls. After making your way across the manor grounds, you find the servants' entrance open and the immediate interior clear of any resistance. You find the elevator that you used during your prior escape waiting patiently for your arrival. It shudders to life now, ready to carry you down to into the facility below, to the place where Monica met Apex and the world turned upside down, where this whole thing began. Miss 30 hit points. Okay, you're only missing 4. Okay. Worry. Activate on myself. Okay. They're inside the lab. Call for backup. The whole security network is down. Take cover. Hey, buddy, I think you missed. Screen on the terminal flickers off and on and displays a flashing error code. It looks as though Apex's departure had cracked the terminal's security systems. With the touch of a button, you could forge admin access to the machine, but the sound of bullets whizzing past your ears pulls you away. There's still hostiles in the area. Oh, bad. Okay. So, got him? Yeah. Lab keycard. As you stoop to pick up the guard's keycard, something catches your eye, a flash of light. Sweeping your gaze across the room, you see a variety of terminals, all displaying flickering error messages. Whatever security Apex provided here, it's offline now, leaving the machines unlocked and unprotected. Probably won't stay quiet in here for long. We should keep moving. Not yet. Not just yet. There could be valuable intel in here. And we don't even know how big this facility is. We should sweep the area for clues before pushing forward. All right, fine. We'll search the room, but let's do it quickly. Yeah, I don't want to get stuck in here again. Key. Press a key at random and the screen begins to flash. Piezoelectric beeper buried somewhere deep inside the terminal plays a series of chirps and the system reboots itself. Then when the screen comes alive, it is filled with text. Please select from the following options. Hypothermophile studies are artificial lymphocytes and monoclonal antibody production. Hermetic techniques for slowing radioactive decay and recent development notes. Presently, the century is relatively easy to read. Skimming it over, you discover that the scientists here have been working on a variety of additional tweaks to a project called Panacea. Apparently, a batch of artificial lymphocytes developed for a project has recently been found with an airborne RNA virus. The resulting microorganism is as infectious as the flu and exhibits a broadband capability to jump species barriers. The note also discusses the bioagent Doom and resident scientists' efforts to deconstruct it. It appears as though they are attempting to improve upon the formula. Information on the century is impossibly dense, so take a week and a stack of scientific journals to fully decipher. If you're on try and die, most of the text on the screen is nonsense. You catch a few words here and there, but for the most part, you're lost. From what little you can pick up, it looks as though this lab was studying animals that thrive in extremely hot environments. For what purpose, you cannot say. Search for clues. Most of what's written in this report is completely foreign to you, but from what you can piece together, it looks as though the scientists are working on developing some sort of artificial immune cell, something sturdy and self-replicating that is capable of pumping out antibodies on command. Why they're doing it is beyond you. This entry is overflowing with complicated magical figures. It would take a skilled mage to decipher it. You pour through the entry for several minutes before giving up. The metamagical terminology in use here is far too dense for a non-mage to understand. The only clue you're left with is the title of the entry. Apparently they're using magic to extend the half-life of radioactive isotopes. Why they're doing it, you cannot say. There's a moment of silence as the group absorbs everything you've just read. I don't like the look of this Necrometer. I don't like it at all. There's not enough information here to know what this Panacea is, but I guess. I'm all ears, boss, lay it on us. I think that Panacea is some sort of delivery system for Doom. It's a virus, airborne and highly infectious, and it can produce Doom antibodies on command, but the radioactive payload that they carry is stable, somehow dormant. Magical research ties it all together. I don't think that any of this would work at all if magic worked at all. What this tells me is that we need to shut Valclair down. Whatever mad scientist bullshit he's planning on pulling with this stuff, it isn't going to be for us, or be good for us. Agreed. Let's keep moving. We need to put stop. Message flashes onto the status panel at your approach. It's a key card. That was a hell of a throw. Leave it alone. Nocturne remote controls. So drone remote control box with manual directory controls. Although its small screen is cycling error messages, it appears to be partially functional. A rigger could get the most use out of equipment like this. Mark that target. Full haste mode. You aim. Risky. Read the first message. All stuff organized. All sub-me discuss. Cannot afford any more accidents. Really? The sounds of machinery fade behind you as you venture further underground. Whoever built this facility was clearly well financed. It must have taken years to design, excavate, and build a complex like this in secrecy. You continue through dimly lit halls, finally stepping into what appears to be another laboratory. The corridor before you is deserted. Dr. Adrian Valclair is somewhere within this facility, and with him, the answers you seek. But first, a quick little break. All right. The old man behind the glass works feverishly at his console, glancing up at you while he can. A cigarette dangles from his mouth, bluish smoke curling around his head. An overflowing ashtray sits on the lab table in front of him. The years have not been kind, but his features are just instantly recognizable. Despite his age, he still has a strong chin and high cheekbones that you remember from Green Winters' DVD. This is Dr. Adrian Valclair. As you approach, he stops what he is doing. A look of intense irritation on his face. He clears his throat, and a harsh, rasping sound emerges from the loudspeaker next to the glass. So you're the Shadowrunners that Aldrin warned me about. I assume you've left a trail of corpses in your lake. And you must be Dr. Valclair. That's right. He scowled. I don't know why you insist on interfering with my work, but I assure you that's over now. He reaches down, flips a switch, and you hear a loud thud and a click behind you as the door locks shut. You'll find the blast door behind you is sealed, and the laboratory you occupy is fully secured. An important precaution, we keep our test subjects in there, and they are far more dangerous than you. Takes a drag on a cigarette. I won't permit you to cause any further harm, Shadowrunner. You will remain trapped where you are for your own good. Okay, why don't you tell the doc how we feel about being prepped? With pleasure. One smooth motion, Iger raises her shotgun and unloads a spread of pellets into the glass. They clang into the window, ricocheting wildly in all directions. The surface remains unblemished. The window between us is made of die-coat treated transplast. Do whatever you like to it. You'll find it's quite unbreakable. The bastard's right. Nothing we're carrying can even scratch that coat. That glass is essentially sheathed in diamond. We need a military-grade explosive to crack it. She frowns. We're stuck in here. Now, he fixes you with a level stare. I want to know why the hell you've so violently interjected yourself into my business. First, you break into my estate, which you don't even know was mine, apparently. Didn't even know was mine, apparently. And then you spend what must have been a small fortune to track me down. You locate my AI, destroy it, and then drive all the way out to the countryside, and finally, you shoot your way into my laboratory. He leans forward, hands on the table, his eyes narrowed into a piercing stare. So I have to ask you, Shadowrunner, who are you, and why in God's name are you here? We came to help find you, Valklair, to help us stop Fiercewing. Except the Firewing wasn't the one after us after all. It was you all along, wasn't it? Valklair sighs, covers his face with pale nicotine-stained hands. To help you stop the Fiercewing. That is ironic. But yes, you are correct. I'm the one who's been hunting you. The one who sent Apex and Audra to you. You're going to pay for that, you bastard. Why attack the cruise bazaar, Valklair? Why kill Paul Lamps? It was necessary to preserve the secrecy of her work for the greater good of all. I know I have wronged you, and for this I am sorry. He sighs, a long, rattling sigh that quickly turns into a violent fit of coughing. Sound echoes over the loudspeaker. He collects himself, continues. I don't expect you to understand, nor do I have time to explain it to you. He straightens, glances back at the screen to his side, and nods curtly. Now I must know, how did you learn that I was still alive? How did you even know to look for me? Did someone say to you? We found out about you from your brother, Valklair. He was trying to find you right up to the end. Valklair starts, and the sudden movement of his arm sends his overflowing ashtray reeling from the table in a cloud of ash, and a look of dread fills his face. Up until the end? What do you mean? Where's Hermie? Explain yourself. Sorry, Doc. He was digging too deeply into Fiercewing, so Apex killed him. He slumps into the chair next to him, his whole body shaking. I didn't... He is suddenly overcome by another fit of coughing. He steadies himself on one arm of the chair. Apex. He clutches his chest. I should have never trusted that thing. He closes his eyes, and a tear traces its way down the gaunt hollow of his face. Oh, Hermie, the things I've sacrificed. All for this, all for Panacea. All for tonight. You owe Hermie that much? He looks up, dazed, his eyes unfocused. What's going to happen? Oh yes, tonight. Tonight will be the end of the dragons, not just Fiercewing, all dragons. Let me get this straight. You had a bad experience with one dragon, so now you're going to wipe out an entire species? Valklair fumbles in his pockets, produces a fresh cigarette. He lights it with shaking hands and breathes in deeply. The orange glow of the cigarette flares bright. When he exhales, the words spill out with smoke. Firewing burned and murdered and caused untold damage in her bestial rage. Until the Dragonfall, until I stopped her. But that destruction was merely a symptom of a greater cancer. Fiercewing wrought destruction with fire and claw. The dragons of today, Lofweir, Dunkelson, Keladir, they kill and conquer with subtler tools. Deception, manipulation, corruption. He spits with disgust. They use us as pawns, playing pieces, puppets in their millennia-long machinations. Oh yes, dragons are a cancer. One that will conquer the world, or worse, destroy all of humanity if we do not stop it. One that metastasized when the world awakened. An ironic metaphor, since it was the failing of my own body that allowed me to see it. Cut to the chase, Doc. I saw the notes. I know Panacea is a stable variant of Doom. Whatever you're doing, it can't be good. Valkyrie clenches his jaw. Good or bad is immaterial. I do what is necessary. He trembles, racked again by violent coughing. As the coughing subsides, he takes another long drag on his cigarette, the ash creeping closer and closer toward his mouth. I'm sorry, Hermie. I'm sorry you won't be able to see it for yourself. I'm sorry I failed you. Valkyrie turns his attention back to the computer, stubbing out his cigarette. He grabs a fresh one from the pack and lights it. Tonight I will release my panacea into the world. And how absurd that the instrument of Dragonkind's destruction, he presses a button on the terminal, and a large observation window at the far end of the room rises and slowly opens. It will be carried by Fiercewing herself. Through the glass you see the prostrate form of a dragon far below. An enormous set of shackles bind it, and a maze of tubes snakes into its body. The tubes connected to cruel-looking apparatus that has been mounted to the wall. Son of a bitch, look at that. He found her alive in the SOX after all. Tonight the Firewing will fly again. Infected with Panacea, she'll slowly be destroyed from within, but before that happens, she'll provide the catalyst for global transmission of the virus. Catalyst? What catalyst? As if spurred on by the sight of the dragon below, he begins typing furiously at his terminal. Fiercewing's fire will carry the agent in its dormant state. Any metahumans exposed will become carriers and will spread the disease to other dragons. The carriers will be infected with Panacea as well, but it will not harm them. But on dragons, it's a nuisance, nothing more. When the critical mass of carriers is achieved, my Panacea will become unstoppable. It will spread across the globe in a relentless tide. However, if it does not reach the critical mass, it will fizzle, die out, become inert. Hence the need for a ground zero, a flashpoint for a mass infection event. He looks to the ceiling, mumbling to himself. I'm sorry, Hermie. I know how you loved your flux state, but that doesn't matter now. It must be Berlin. Hang on, you're going to sick Firewing on Berlin? He continues his work filled with feverish energy. To save the world, yes. For Panacea to work, Berlin must burn. A sacrifice, one for the greater good. Fiercewing will breathe her infected fire upon Berlin. Thousands will die, and through that destruction, the virus will take the air. Critical mass of Berlin's metahuman population will be exposed, but no one will even think to quarantine the city until it's too late. Flux state lacks any centralized authority. Corporations will evacuate their own. Thousands will flee the city, infected. He mutters, his voice growing more detached. Oh yes, sir. Berlin is the perfect flashpoint. It wasn't supposed to happen tonight, no, but this little intervention of yours leaves us no choice. So let us see. He squints at his screen. Tonight's wind patterns dictate the ground zero to be Tempelhof, Schoenberg. Highly populated, the virus will spread quickly enough from there. Only a few kilometers from the Cruise Bazaar. Don't do it, Valkyrie. I swear I will make you hurt if you do, and I'll make it last. And I'll make it last. Valkyrie sighs, shuts his eyes tight, brings a shaking hand to his temple. We all know that that's not going to happen. You're trapped here, impotent to stop this from happening, and it will happen. The old man eyes the cigarette butt in his hand, fishes out another from the pack and lights it with the first. Then he returns to his console, reaching to the side for a microphone. He mutters something into the receiver. You can barely make out the sound of the name, Audra. When he turns to address you again, his voice is level. The shaking in his hands seems to have subsided. Security will be here soon, and they will take care of you. Do not worry, you will not be harmed. The sacrifice I'm making tonight is necessary evil. It cannot be helped. But so long as you remain confined, I see no reason to kill you. You don't burn a city and call it a sacrifice. You call it what it is, mass murder. Valkyrie stiffens, turning to face you. Anger washes over across his face. Was it mass murder when America dropped the atomic bomb on Japan? The myopic would say, yes, just as you are now. But they did it for a cause, to shorten the agony of the war, to save lives of thousands upon thousands of soldiers. The old man is trembling now. I do the same for the good of the world. Not interested in ancient. Oh, sure, except that we're not at war with dragons. No, we are not. Not in a conventional sense. In war, there are sides, battle lines, clarity. This is something else entirely, but the stakes are just as high, higher perhaps. Humanity was born to reproduce, to multiply, but dragons were born to acquire, to accumulate, to hoard. Both strive to bend the world to their will. Humanity has conquered the air, land, and sea through sheer numbers. Dragons, however, employ different means altogether. Throughout history, they have allowed us to do the heavy lifting, while they pull the strings. There are 17 great dragons in the world today, 17 ancient worms, millennia old, slowly dividing the planet into 17 piles of gold to nest upon, in front of our eyes. Once upon a time, they burned castles to steal the treasure we collected, laid waste to entire armies, but here in the sixth world, that is no longer about tooth. It is no longer about tooth and claw and fiery breath. The old man's voice seethes with hatred. It's public relations, marketing, mergers and acquisitions. You see it every day. Dragons on the Tridio, in the boardrooms. They gather influence, wealth, power, continually hoarding until one of them sits atop it all. Perhaps not in this cycle of the world, perhaps not in the next, but one day, one worm will stand alone, triumphant, with all of humanity as its cattle, with all the world as its bride. That, he trembles, his voice dropping to a whisper, that I will not allow. Are you planning to get Fiercewing to go along with this plan of yours? Oh, that's simple enough. He gestures to his left. She has no choice. The gaunt woman in the containment cell stands rigidly, her face pressed against the glass, her haunted yellow eyes tracking your every move. She appears frightened, disoriented, lost. Her mouth moves silently, her voice muted by her glass cage. So the stories Green Winters found were true. Fiercewing's astral form was separated from her body when she fell. You trapped it somehow. Yes, but that came later. In 2012, we took down Fiercewing with an experimental weapon. The device, suffice it to say, I can't fully predict how it would affect her. In 2036, I led a search team into the SOX. I had to know what really happened to the creature that I had slain. We found her alive in a way. The dragon's astral form, her spirit you might say, had been ripped from her body by the weapon. It was trapped inside a young woman living in the SOX. A mob of glowpunk revered her, treated her like a goddess. I transported the young woman and the dragon's body here, where I could study them. You mean she's been in that cell for almost 20 years? No choice. A creature separated from its astral form cannot live more than a few hours before both die. It was the high-intensity radiation of the SOX combined with the magical creature inside her that allowed the woman to live for as long as she has. So, Duckbear almost seems eager to explain. Or seems almost eager to explain. The environment within her containment chamber mirrors that of the SOX. It has allowed us to keep Fiercewing alive all these years, while her bestial shell remains chained up below. Now, as for her physical form, that will be simple as well. We've drilled a series of electrical charges directly into her skull. When we release Firewing's body, empty her of her astral self, we will trigger all the vicious instincts and primal urges left in her reptile brain. She will unleash her fire where we command. That's horrific, even for mass murdering Greg. He shakes his head. Misplaced empathy. The beast blazed the path of fiery destruction across Germany. But no matter, I have more important things to do than debate the morality of this with you. Fiercewing must fly, Berlin must be sacrificed, and it must be tonight. Now where's that damned Alchon? What if the virus mutates into a strain that can kill us, too? An intelligent question from a Shadowrunner? Surprising. Unfortunately, I don't have time to explain it to you in detail, and since you are locked in that laboratory with no chance of escape, I don't really need to. But understand this, I am an expert in my field. That is not an idle boast, it is a certifiable fact, and I have worked with nearly unlimited resources for over 40 years, focused on one goal. 42 years of isolation, of secrecy, dead to the world, dead to my brother, all for this, my life. It will work, I promise you. Hermie, it will work. professional of you, Doctor. He shoots you a nicely stare. Say what you like, it matters little to me. My panacea will change the world. In the end, you will thank me. You're not indelible, Doc. You've already made mistakes here and people died as a result. Even if you succeed at this, eliminating dragons will create a dangerous power vacuum. A pointless argument. Any power vacuum created through dragonkind's extermination will be filled by meta-humanity. Any backlash will right itself over time. I am playing the long game, Shadowrunner, one that has played out over thousands of years. When you think on that scale, everything seems possible. Humanity will endure, and the dragons will perish. This plan of yours killed your brother. Was it really worth it? Claire slams a fist into the table, sending his cigarette flying in a cascade of sparks and ash. No, nothing can make that right. Nothing. He runs his hand through his unkempt hair, blinking through a haze of sudden tears. Damn it, Hermie, why couldn't you just let me go? Isn't there a reason, Valclair? Would Hermie want you to do this? You did not know my brother, Shadowrunner. Do not presume to speak to me on his behalf. Hermie would support me on this, if he knew what I know. Watched hours of your brother's video footage, Valclair. I probably know him better than anyone alive excepting yourself. His face twisted into an ugly sneer. You've watched footage, and that makes you think you know the man? You know nothing. I know he wanted you to stop all of this years ago. He begged you to, and you promised him that you'd try. Valclair falls silent. The wisp of smoke traces its way from the tip of his cigarette to the ceiling. Now, Valclair, your brother was a miserable bastard, but he did die trying to save you. If you don't turn back from all of this, his death will have meant nothing. Nothing at all. That's enough. Hermie's death was a tragedy. I will not let you use it to manipulate. Valclair straightens. He looks angry, but the anger you can sense... behind the anger, you can sense a deep fatigue. Plan of yours it's crazy, Doc, but it isn't too late to stop it. I'll help you if you'll let me. He shakes his head. No, you will not. You're right, Shadowrunner. My plan is insane, but no more so than the world that we live in. He turns to tap a series of buttons on his control console, then lights another cigarette. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. History has repeatedly shown this to be true. Damn, for a second there I thought you might be getting somewhere.
Sure, glitches are not scary.
Thank you for the posture check, Loopy. I understand your point of view, Shadowrunner, but no, you will not break my resolve. Still tapping at his console, his speech patterns shift. His words sound well rehearsed. He delivers them as a dry, pedantic monologue. After all, science has always attracted its share of doomsayers. During the development of the atomic bomb, Compton and Oppenheimer expressed concern that a fission explosion could ignite the Earth's atmosphere. Fermi took bets on it. The group's research later indicated that the ultimate catastrophe would not happen, so they continued forward. He takes a long drag on his cigarette. I will show the same resolve that those great minds did. I will not be deterred. Valclair, his voice thunders through the intercom, cutting you off. Of course, I wish that there were a better way to save us, one without such a high human cost. I wish that Hermie hadn't had to die. But you go to war with the weapons you have, and Nasi is the best solution that I've been able to find. We won't get another chance like this, not any of us. I have to take it. Through the speakers, you can hear the sound of heavy footsteps approaching. Ah, how'd you? Good. It's about time you showed up. Sorry, Doctor. We were waking up the dragon's physical form. It required some care. But the procedure is ready to begin. You should see it. See to it. York sneers at you from behind the glass, his scarred features writhing in the dancing light of Valclair's monitor. Looks like he trapped the thugs who were attacking the manor. Yes, they won't be a problem any longer, but with Apex gone, our security is still compromised. We'd best still hurry. Oh, and Audra, don't forget to clean the containment unit afterwards. The virus will kill Fiercewing along with the rest, and when it does, their astral form will perish as well. Human hoster. We're going to stop you, Valclair. We'll find a way. Iger's lip curls into a snarl. and will make it painful. Audrey twists suddenly toward the glass. Quiet. Everything's ready in the chamber, Dr. Valclair. I think you should start the procedure yourself. Valclair brings his cigarette to his mouth and inhales sharply, holding it for a long moment. Yes, my friend. He looks to the ceiling. It's time, Herman. Let's do some good. Valclair stubs out his last cigarette with a heavy sigh. I will begin the infusion process. Audrey, please make sure our guests here are securely locked away before you come back. I'm sorry, Necrometer. Sorry for your friend Paul Amsel. Sorry for Frau Schaefer. Sorry for the Cruise Bazaar. Sorry for Berlin. So we're another way. An elaborate plan to destroy an entire species. A massive underground fortress with an army of mercenaries. You sound just like a dragon talk. Fire flashes in Valclair's eyes. He straightens. His back straightens. And what do you presume to know of dragons? I've spent my entire life studying them. Look at yourself. You're nothing more than the other side of the same coin. Some power manipulating those who aren't. Perhaps I am. But for one difference. I am a man. I am finite. A man can gather power, wield it for his lifetime, but nothing more. His work will fade, lost to the inevitable entropy that decays all. Oh, he may create a dynasty that will stand for a time, but his dust will not reap its benefit. Valclair's voice is steady for now. For a moment, his age, illness, and fatigue fall away. Dragons are immortal. Time means little to them. What they will, and no power can truly stop them unless it is death itself. War, plague, famine, natural disaster, setbacks, merely setbacks. Avarice, eternal. No, Shadowrunner, I am not one of them. No more than you. Valclair looks down for a long moment, then turns and exits the room. Audrey turns to stare at you through the glass. His lips curl into an insolent smile. Hi again. Long time. How's Amsel doing? That hole in his brain pan heal up okay? Glory fixes the orc with a cold stare. Taunt all you want. If we get out of here, you'll wish you never set foot in the Cruise Bazaar. The burned orc knocks on the heavy transplast window separating you. Afraid that's not going to happen. This lab's locked down tight like the doc said. And the test subjects that they keep in there don't play well with others. Dangerous, nasty thing. And they don't smell great either. But you'll see for yourself in a second. I mean, talk to you about that. You could use some deodorant yourself, big guy. The stink from your smoldering corpse will cover it. So he checks the monitor. Listen, I gotta go. Have fun with the test subjects while I'm gone. He grins and flips a switch on the console. You hear a hiss of doors sliding open nearby. If you're still alive when I get back, I'll put a bullet in you or something. Oh, right. They do that. The gaunt woman paws at the glass as you approach, or at your approach. Her haunted yellow eyes tracking your every move. When you activate the intercom, the green light activates inside the containment cell. She flinches up. at it, startled. So you're an ancient dragon, huh? Small voice whispers through lips that barely move. It sounds hoarse and awkward like a rusty lock. Help, please, help. How do I get out of this room? I know a way to free yourself, then you help me. A deal. A deal if you agree to free me. Think this through, Necrometer. Be careful. Tell you what. Help me out of here, and I'll see what I can do. The woman nods enthusiastically. I will help you, grant you release, and you will repay me in kindness. Yes, you can escape from this room. There is a panel in the floor. You can drop down, find your way to the guts of this place. There, by my body is the machine. Break it, break it, break it. Got it. I'll break the machine. We are going to take a quick BRB first, though. Okay, let's get this done. You squeeze through the narrow gap beneath the floor panels and climb down into a large space beneath the lab complex. Darkness surrounds you and the air smells moldy and stale. As your eyes slowly adjust to the light, you can make out the dim plains of cobweb-covered walls and scattered construction equipment. Judging by the dust and disrepair, This place appears to have been abandoned long ago. Meanwhile, somewhere else beneath the Harfeld Manor, Dr. Adrian Vauclair is preparing to wake a dragon and unleash it on an unsuspecting Berlin. We head to the lab light above. This room is almost impossibly quiet. A small amount of light filters in from narrow passages above you. There appear to be light fixtures mounted in the walls, but there's no sign of light switch. Where the hell are we, boss? It looks abandoned. I think this place is military. Judging by our depth and markings, I'm guessing it's an abandoned missile base. I'll explain why Valclair chose this place for his operation. It can't be easy to find a secret underground base big enough to house a dragon. Yeah, buddy? I see. Alright, first things first, we need to get back into the lab complex and find Valclair and the worm before it's too late. We've got no choice. If we don't stop Valclair from releasing that dragon, everyone in the Cruise Bazaar is dead. This is a small portable gas generator with a standard pull cord. It has cables running from a large diesel fuel tank sitting next to it. The fuel gauge reads half full. So for now. Large diesel generator with an electric starter. Fuel tank reads empty. Its readouts are dark. The generator chucks light. Try to start the generator. Nothing happened. Panel is dark. Take the diesel fuel. Add the diesel fuel. The hollow splash, the contents of the fuel container are empty. Large diesel generator with an electric starter. The fuel reads 3%. The readouts are lit. It appears to be functional. Restart it. Shutters with plume of black smoke. Generator comes to life. Take a closer look at the papers. Where was your head down there? Just getting a little tired of reading. I am still. Open the door. Ghost-sized crack in the floor with small light shining through. Look through the crack in the floor. Shapes in the shadows below. After a moment, you hear footsteps approaching and people talking. First voice sounds nervous, young. I heard the runners escaped. You sure they're gonna come this way? You have no choice. It's the only route they have access through. There's a pause before you hear the sound of a throat clearing. So, we can stop them? Second voice is dismissive. With 2 whole strike teams already set in ambush, I don't see what chance they have. Well, you're the one who's gonna have to explain it to Aldrin if we get past this. Which is why we're not gonna screw it up. Got it? And as soon as any of those doors open, you shoot. Got it? Oh yeah, I got it. There's a current model PDA battered and a bit bloody, but the screen's cracked, but its buttons are non-functional. Last data entry is still on screen. It appears to be an email to someone named Jerry. They sent my squad down here to search for those escaped fire drakes. No one's been in these tunnels since the awakening. Who knows what the hell else is down here? Hope those Scorp sightings are just nerves. If a Drake and Scorp see each other, they'll totally tear each other to pieces. Must be natural enemies or something. They hate each other even more than they hate us. Don't want to have to report it back to Aldrin with nothing but Drake pieces to show for our time. Active blasting area, door console. Damn it. Shapes and shadows below. Can't make anything. Section of floor has been drilled into, and you can see explosives within. Section of floor is you can't hear voices. All right, everyone stay sharp. The intruders have escaped. Team 1 is watching the main door, and we're keeping watch here. You see those doors open? You don't think, just shoot. Remember for team check. Astral projection appear at the rock. Your third eye and view the rock in astral space. It glows bright with the elemental power of earth. The shaman would be able to gain a fetish from a rock such as this. Send a tendril of your aura into the astral plane and probe the rock, feeling for fracture points that may exist outside of the material plane. The rock glows warmly as you manage to separate two pieces from the rest. Each is infused with the elemental power of earth. Good sized crack in the floor with a small amount of light shining through. Whatever. This vent is large enough for you to fit through. You could slide down through the very steep metal duct. The experience looks more than thrilling side rather than a fatal side. It's clearly a one-way trip. Jump down to the lower level. I don't want to have to spend time figuring out the other stuff. Oops. I should have liked very much to have the programs that I usually bring. Someone did some basic patching that worked to this is an ancient electronic lock, but that's about it. Calling this a node would be dramatic overstatement. Simply flipping the bit should open the door. Snips are for emergency use only. Don't distribute them unless absolutely required. 3971. Wildlife attack site. Large metal caster with a yellowed label that catches your eye. Judging by the warning label, you think that contains very powerful nerve gas. Pick up the canister of nerve gas. Mage, mercenary, grenadier, mercenary, mercenary, guard, guard. Eh. Okay. Equipment. That's right. Mission items. 397. Send that to my stash. Didn't want any of that. Chamber equipped small emergency medical suite. Yep. System. I didn't have to. Okay. Advice everyone, time to heal up. I think we're at the end. Dragonfall. Title drop. You exit a clean room to find yourself at the threshold of a vast underground chamber. If the abandoned facility that you just fought through was purgatory, then you now stand at the gateway to hell. The heat emanating from ahead hits you like a hammer. The smell of sulfur and ozone is enough to make your lunch want to find somewhere to hide. Above the noise created by the whir of turbines, you can hear the deep rumbling of something feral waking up. Something very, very big. You check your weapons and step into the vast chamber. Smell of sulfur and ozone fill the cavernous chamber. Despite the whir of several high-output exhaust fans, the heat is tremendous. As you enter, you hear a loud click followed by a squeal of audio feedback. Then Adrian Valclair's voice booms over the loudspeaker. I don't know how you escaped the laboratory, but please, stop. I must complete the virus infusion process. I must release her. Our future as a species depends on it. From the control panel, Doctor, this is going to end poorly. Go down in history as the man who turned Berlin into an inferno. Heavy sigh comes over the speakers. My place in history is of no concern to me. I assure you, my ego has no role in it. I am trying to do what is right, what will secure humanity's future. That is all this has ever been about. Time for your discussion, so done debating with you. Still, I must understand how you escaped the test lab. A thought comes to him, his tired eyes glitter in triumph. It was her, wasn't it? Gershwing, it must be. You made some sort of deal. She helped you to escape, and in return, you'll help her rejoin her dragon body. I didn't agree to anything. What did she promise you? Gold, jewels, eternal life? She offered them to me as well, for decades. Doesn't matter now, the infusion process has begun. The dragon is waking up. Soon she will take flight, but you will not be alive to witness that. Aldrin, ensure that they don't. Dude? Based on glory. Glory. Use the adrenal pump. Dear mercenary. We're gonna send her to Geek the Mage. Says that this computer's basic access to the virus infusion system being used on the captive dragon. You may be able to stem the flow of Panacea by jacking into this access point. Check in. Confirm. Okay. Damn, that's rough. Oh, I could have started running out. Okay.
Hi.
Hello, hello. How you doing, these? Okay. Heal me up. Sniper rifle. Aim you. Cool. Move you up here. Help pick out this guy. That's good as I'd hoped. If you protocol disengage, Vente is now
Doing
unlocked for
all
manual
right.
venting.
How's the necro?
Doing all right. Okay. I'm having to look around the cat right now. Uh-oh. do it. Okay, we're gonna have to reload there. Oh, 2 good hits. Why I oughta. Catch. Here. Ah, that's fine. Cool. Two, 18, 2. Okay, let's see if we can stagger you. Yes. Dead. Based on Iger, actually. How dare. Go. You missed it. Once again, the transplast window separates you from Adrian Buckler. But this time his steadfast will is gone. He stands motionless, hands at his sides, eyes dead, spent. The strength that drove him and the steely resolve that couldn't be shaken by sickness, time, or age is gone. It's theirs now. The world. All theirs. I'm out of there, Valclair. Get away from that control panel. For what? To be toyed with by creatures beyond time? To receive justice? The worms will continue their machinations, consolidate their power, exact their tribute, and humanity, we are no more than treasure to them. Favored baubles to be collected, items to be traded, resources to be spent. He sweeps his eyes across the carnage that was his life's work until they come to rest on the dragon. He grits his teeth. 42 years. 42 years and we finally had our chance to make a difference, and you destroyed. I gave everything I had, everything. Everything I loved. I'm sorry, Herc. Well. Dragon Chamber Operations Control, Sequence Operations Control, Transfer Algernon A1. Yes, he has been taken offline via external override. Infusion process supported. Dragon is not effective. Look down all further terminal access. Yep. As you're about to tap your finger on the key, you feel a hand clasp your shoulder. Hang on. Deadly fear swing both the dragon and the woman to burn to death. Is that really what you want? The facility is struck. Yes. Let me reconsider. Okay. The gaunt woman stares wide-eyed as you approach. She presses one hand to the wall of her glass prison, closes her eyes, and mouths one word, please. Also next to the containment cell appears to control a variety of functions related to the cell's operation, including life support systems. Next to it is a small intercom button. Activate the intercom. Green light activates inside the containment cell and the gaunt woman flinches up at it. Startled, then understanding appears on her face as she begins to speak, her eyes flashing from her dragon body then back to you again and again. Close now, so close. The human has done what it has been done. The longest flight nears its end. She is so close, so very close now. She stops suddenly, her eyes taking the devices surrounding the invading the dragon's body, the tubes of viscous yellow liquid running into it, the monitors flashing their status. Recognition and horror explode onto her face. She screamed, long, mournful wail. Claire, no. No. Defiled. I am defiled. Her face contorts in a mask of fury, and her mouth opens wide, wider than should be possible. Her neck cranes forward, and her head swings from side to side as she hisses her rage. She slathers her spittle, hitting the glass between you as she speaks. The spoiler, pissant, vermin, pig, dog. He dares touch my sacred me. Shall rend him, flay him, burn him. Burn. Ash, nothing left but ash. She stands there panting for a moment spent, then her eyes narrow, focus ice over. It will be slow, Valclair. I will make it slow. Delicious. Too late, sweetheart. He ate a bullet. Valclair is dead, Fiercewing. The gaunt woman breathes a ragged breath, releases it slowly, then speaks again. Her voice is flat. Will you release me now, human? Make me whole again? Whole? Maybe, but you need to answer some questions first. You dare? No, ask. Ask your questions, little human, so I may escape this cage. The long sleep awaits. The long flight will finally end. Why did you do it? Why kill all those people? Gaunt woman covers her mouth with a hand, a look of horror in her eyes. You did do it, right? You burned thousands of people to death? Glares at you, hand over her head, nods her head, yes. Burned, burned and burned and burned, yes. Also cold. I woke up to the cold, the gray. Where is the green, human? Where is the green? What is this about? What is the green? The mother. The mother. Lost. What have they done, little human? What have they done? How do I know you won't hurt anyone else? I swear it. Fiercewing will swear it. Very well then, swear it. Swear. Yes, swear. Swear to not. Swear to hurt no man, no beast, nor tree, nor crop, nor building. Fiercewing will fly to the long sleep until the next age of the world. For the forever task, the shelter, the shield, the shepherd. Forever task? Sacred. It is sacred. The forever task. But now let me go, or end me. But to release me. Release. What would you... There we go. Now your fountain's working, buddy. The gaunt woman begins pacing her cell up and back. Forever task is to protect something important, something sacred. The gaunt woman stops her pacing, her eyes slowly rise to meet yours, lucid, unblurred by time or torture or separation from her body. When she speaks, her voice is flat. I am the shelter, I am the shield, I am the shepherd, and I have failed the green. So the forever task is to protect the green. What is the green, Fiercewing? The dragon in the woman sways a little, swallows hard. The sacred, she, the Gaia, she, the desecrated body. I smelled it first, long ago, on my first flight after I awoke. The stink of it choked me and I retched. Then I saw it, for as far as my eyes could see, far, far to the horizon. Human stone and metal, glass and flickering lights, sprawled across the land, slicing into the sky, lording over the green, smothering the whole of the world. Yes, gone, all gone. The cold has won, the world is metal. Fiercewing is lost. What is it you wish, dragon? He looks at you sadly, longingly. Will you finish it, little human? Will you end Fiercewing? Your long flight is over. Rest. Light in the containment chamber changes from green to red, and then begins to pulse. The woman looks up at it, confused, before she turns back to you. The clear light of recognition appearing on her face. Recognition fades, and you see something else. Great age, and with it, a profound gratitude. Free. She takes one last breath, releases it slowly, and then the great dragon Fiercewing falls dead.
Nice hydrating.
Dietrich stares at the crumbled form of the woman in the glass cage. Such a small, fragile thing. I don't know, boss. I always thought slaying a dragon would be different. You did the right thing, Necrometer. She was insane and dangerous. I would have made the same call. Yeah, maybe. But I'd always thought that killing a dragon would be a heroic thing to do. I used to dream about it as a kid. He shakes his head, his eyes never moving from the broken body in the containment cell. I don't feel like a hero. This isn't about you, Dietrich. It's about the people who might have died if we set the fire wing go.
Lol scooped.
Yeah, I guess so. Come on, boss. Let's get the hell out of here. I want to go home. One last thing. Base destruction commencing. System offline. You punch the button, the alarm klaxons blare, an ominous rumbling sound fills the air. The walls start to shake. That settles it. Come on, boss. Let's get the hell out of here. Right behind you. You step out of the van, climbing down into the tunnel leading back to your safe house. Just hours ago, you saved Berlin from fire and ash from the would-be sacrifice of Dr. Adrian Beauclair. It feels strange now, returning in secret, in silence. The other residents of the Cruise Bazaar go about their business, unaware of what almost happened here tonight. It's finally over. Your team and your keys are safe once again. Team is waiting when you walk in. Their faces are haggard, their shoulders slump. Was there a point to all this, Necrometer? We lost Paul, lost Monica, the Cruise Bazaar, so many people dead. It was just supposed to be a simple job, remember? Milk run? Get in the estate, snatch some data, and get home in time for worm talk on the Trid. There are no simple jobs ever. That's a part of the gig. Necrometer's right. Good runner knows that the run she's on is what it seems. Assets to our employers, disposable good. It's on us to succeed in spite of that. And honestly, that's fine with me. A soldier knows how to take orders and get the job done without worrying about the big picture. Leave that kind of thing for the generals. Show me the hill, and I'll figure out how to take it. The whole thing about dragons taking over the world, the thought of them slowly hoarding everything, is too big to think about. We're street level. We run the shadows. That's it. Worrying about these sorts of issues is beyond our pay grade. That's what they want. That's what they need. The corps, the dragons, the politicians, everyone. They want us to think that we can't make a difference. They put effort, a lot of effort, into making us feel small, insignificant. But we're not. We had the power in our hands today, and we had a choice, and we made it. And because of that, the world is different. For good or for ill. That's right, for good or ill. We can't see the future. I don't think that anyone can, but the world is different now, and we're the ones who changed it. So did we win? You don't win in this business, you survive. That's all a runner can hope for, all you can expect. You watch the team take this in. Iger nodding her agreement. Glory staring ahead, lost in thought. Dietrich frowning, eyes on the floor. Blitz fiddling with his deck and pretending not to understand. Iger breaks the silence. So now what? Monica's gone, Paul's gone. Do we keep running together, or is this the end of the road? Glory steps forward, her expression is troubled. I'm afraid that I'm out, for a while at least. I have some personal business to attend to. There's a man that I need to find, a vicious, repulsive monster who needs to be brought to justice. Necrometer knows what I'm talking about. I might be gone for a long time. For the time being, you should write me off. Maybe find someone to fill my shoes, but this place isn't my home, or is my home, and you people are my family. I promise you, when the job is done, I'll come back to the Cruise Bazaar. I hope that you'll still have it. you need anything, you know where to come. Glory nods. Understood. See you around. I'll miss you, love. Be safe. Dietrich turns to you. Well, I'm in. I'm getting kind of old for a Shadowrunner, but I'd rather die in the shadows with you people than live. I don't know. I thought I had something going there. Whatever the point is, I'm in. That was beautiful, man. Iger turns to you. So, Necrometer, you gonna stick around the Cruise Bazaar and keep running in the shadows with me? You've done a hell of a job. I'd be happy to follow your lead. Benz, are we done with that fearless leader crap? All done, Necrometer. Like I said, you lead, I follow. Iger looks around, realizes that she forgot Blitz. What about you, Blitz? What about me? What about me? Blitz's expression is sober. I mean, sure, whatever. I got nowhere else to go and no one to give a shit about me. Why not hang out with insane dragons, assholes, toting enormous machine guns, and devil dogs that hump my leg when no one's looking? He sighs. Could be fun, right? So count me in, I guess. Iger snorts a laugh. Then she's back to business. Before I forget, the Turkish coffee guy sent one of his street rats over before you got here. He said he wants to talk to you about something. So I'm going to see what's going on in the Cruise Bazaar. I'll stop by the coffee shop on my way. Very propitious it is that we may speak. Master of Mayhem, I have a proposal for you that could prove most lucrative for us both, Effendi. Most lucrative. Fortune would surely smile upon our blessed partnership if you would only accept. I am listening, O Master of Hyperbole. With the passing of Heir Absalom, may God bestow his mercy upon him, you find yourself without a fixer. I wish to offer my services to you in this regard. You'll find that Alta Ghazi is a most connected and business-savvy partner. Sounds like a match made in heaven. Where do we start? I have already found a potential client, O Blessed One, a most prosperous one, with deep pockets. He's eager to meet you. When you're ready, take the U-Bahn to Brandenburger Tor. He will find you there. Brandenburger Tor. Got it. As soon as I finish up here, I'll come meet him. I think we're just going to run straight there. Dag, please stop. Ah, nope. Stop that. I realized I brought that on myself that time. No. 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 No, buddy. No. Not yet. Not dinner time yet. Train car is empty except for the man in the immaculately tailored Italian suit. You notice him watching you for several minutes while the train rumbles its way toward Brandenburger Tor. Finally, he speaks. The stranger's words come out slowly in a deep, melodious tone that is easy to hear despite the noise of the train. He takes his time accentuating each word, relishing each vowel, each consonant, tasting them as if they were a delicacy. Hello? I assume that the business with Dr. Vauclair is concluded, yes? Heaven remains silent. The man inclines his head slightly in introduction. Hans Brakos. I represent an interested party. Someone who wishes to know about your encounter, Dr. Vauclair. Does this interested party understand that information is a commodity? My employer also wishes to hear about the Lady Fierce, a fascinating creature so unlike her brothers and sisters. It is a pity that she passed from this world. She was a magnificent creature, and the world is diminished by her passing. I am sure you would agree. Maybe, but let's face it, dragons are scary. He inclines his head, and the corner of his mouth curls into a bit of a smile. This is true, as it has always been. As is anything that metahumanity does not understand. You look at a moth and barely perceive sentience. You glance its way, amused as it flutters toward a bright light in a vain attempt to what? To enter? To draw strength? To burn? It doesn't know its epic struggle is barely 1/100th of your lifespan. The sum total of its existence is nothing against the vast scale of your struggles, your hopes, your dreams, which it could not fathom in 1,000 years. Poor moth. You will live and die between the beats of a dragon's heart, my friend. What hope do you have of understanding them? No kidding, insane dragons are even harder to understand, but I was able to get through to her for a moment at least. Brockhouse studies your face closely. Were you? Were you indeed? I am pleased to hear it. What did you learn? That dragons aren't all alike. This is a facile lesson, yes. But yes, dragons are individuals, no different from humanity in that regard, but even with their differences, Fiercewing stand apart. My Lady Fiercewing was a nurturer, a caregiver, rare among her kind. Where her brothers and sisters saw the world as a prize to be won, she saw it as a garden to be tended. Can you imagine? For world upon world, the great dragon Fiercewing brought wisdom and succor to countless souls. And she was loved for it, exalted, a goddess. When she awoke from her long slumber in 2012 and saw that the world had become what metahumanity had done to the garden she had tended for great ages, she struck with the rage, regret, frustration, and anguish of a mother whose children had played with fire and burned the house down, killing themselves in the blaze. She unleashed the fire and death through her tears. And now she is gone. The sixth world was her last. It is a comfort to know that she found peace at the end. You are to be commended for that. Need to know a lot about dragons, Hans. Think your employer wants you telling me all this? I'm sure of it. You may consider this conversation an employment interview for a very influential client, one who pays extraordinarily well. Now listen. The man removes his hands from his knees, folds them in his lap. I tell you all of this so that you have context, perspective, before I ask you this next question, Shadowrun. If Dr. Valclair's weapon had not required any dragon fire, if it had been capable of destroying every dragon on Earth without touching a hair on metahumanity's head, would you have used it? I don't think so. Who knows what would fill the power vacuum left behind? Indeed, there are more things in heaven and earth than dreamt of in your philosophy. Things you do not wish to. Well, on to the business at hand. My employer wishes to secure your team's services for a series of operations that will likely require the remainder of 2054. I don't know. After Green Winters, I need to have a better idea of who I'm working with for these days. Of course, you have dealt with several false flag contracts, this as well recently, yes? It is an awful thing to be manipulated, I'm sure. There will be no secrets between us. Your employer will be the Great Dragon Lovewood. He is sometimes referred to as the Golden Worm. Perhaps you've heard. What makes you think I'm going to make a deal with the dragon? His eyes glint. Because you've already been working for him for some time now, mine heir. Or did you think Green Winters found the Harfeld Manor on his own? If your boss is behind this whole thing, then he really backed the wrong horse. Something tells me he didn't want the fire protected. Or perhaps one might assume that the outcome could be better suited to his interests. But then again, perhaps not. You're not in a position to know. I'll take your word for it. That would be wise. The rattle of wheel on track gives way to shimmying screech. Gradually, the train begins to slow. He glances up at the U-Bahn map on the wall and smiles. Ah, this is my stop. Coming. Eh. What do you know? This is my stop too. The train comes to a halt. The doors open. Breckhouse stands, brushes off his Italian suit, and exits without another word. As you turn to follow, your eye catches an advertisement for Worm Talk above the subway car door. Breckhouse glances back at you from the platform, the light on the car reflecting yellow in his gaze. You step out of the subway car and follow him up the stairs to the Berlin, into the shadow. Berlin Newsfax contains just one report of a large-scale explosion in the countryside east of Berlin. An abandoned castle is reportedly consumed in a massive fireball that shakes the countryside and leaves a crater 60 feet deep. A natural gas leak is suspected, and the location is soon cordoned off by unidentified corporate forces. This news is eclipsed when Seder Krupp announces its acquisition of Ariane Space. Last remaining arm of the European space program. The Flux state's anarchist rule remains until 2055, when joint corporate forces acting with the support of the German government invade the city. It is widely known that Great Dragon Lufweir is responsible for orchestrating this action. After weeks of fighting, the surviving anarchists are forced to retreat to the eastern part of the city. A truce is signed in 2060, and Berlin is again divided by a wall. The Great Dragon Dunkelzin is elected president of the United Canadian and American States in 2057. He is promptly assassinated and leaves an inauguration party at the Watergate Hotel while in human form. Or as he leaves an inauguration party at the Watergate Hotel while in human form. Popular opinion is that another Great Dragon was responsible, as only a dragon can kill a dragon. But those in the shadows hint at an act of powerful blood magic. That an act of powerful blood magic is the cause. Memories of Fiershwing and of the Dragonfall fade further into obscurity, replaced by the media's fascination with the dating habits of the latest Simpsons stars. The name of Dr. Adrian Valclair has since been lost to the shadows. And there we are. So we're done with that. My next stream will probably be Hades 2. Yeah. Let's figure out who to raid, and then we'll get going. I am worn out and still a little sticky. So. What a coat. Such a great coat. I'm just want to kill that. So. There we go. All right. So, like I said, next stream will probably be Hades 2 so that we can play through that finally. It was gifted to me by Kobe back May of last year. So, finally getting around to it. The only game we have left to work on to get caught up on my VOD backlog is EDF 4.1, and we are making some pretty decent progress. We might be done with it next time we play it. We might have to do 2 more, but I don't think it's going to take any more than that. So yeah, we're doing it. We're doing it. I'll start figuring out games that I want to play. I might just get Hades 2 set up and leave it at that for this coming weekend, because I have been very eager to play with it. Or to play through it. And honestly, a weekend of just being able to devour a single game that is new to me is something that sounds very appealing. So, we're going over to Coat Pathos, Epoch Toaster, VTuber, Go show some love, show some support. They are currently playing something called Super Fantasy Kingdom. It looks interesting. I'm not entirely sure what it is. But it looks like maybe some kind of civilization builder. So. Anyway, be excellent to each other, be excellent to yourselves, and I hope to see you in the next one. Bye.